All right, day 62. Let's try to do something good. So I was working on the in-app chat, and now it's actually all fixed. And the problem that kept me a little bit um, clueless for a while was what happens because the in-app chat works with the Slack integration, so I can send messages to every user for actually I can't initiate a chat. Maybe that's something to think about. Actually, it wouldn't be too difficult to initiate a chat. That's a good way to think about. I could say at and the user ID or something similar if that is a command from Slack. So that is intercepted by the robot, which is not this one, but budget power support. I see his name is too long, but anyway. Um, and that would write in the support files. Okay, anyway, now it's working. The thing that was a bit tricky is that I saved the chat log inside Firebase, Firestore, the database of Firebase. Let's go to C. And in particular, I save the thread ID from Slack, so I know where to post. And then vice versa. When I reply from here in a thread, this is a test, of course, it knows where to go. So I write a message, and this there is a bot. Ah, there you go. Fucking hell, it worked. Oh. Just saying that everything works and it doesn't, man. I was so proud and happy. I did many tests yesterday. Is it something after a day something happens? So the way I thought I'm back to, I thought I was doing the refinements, but I'm back to step one. And so the thread ID is some sort of timestamp, maybe with a random number afterwards. I'm not sure. But that's definitely a timestamp. I think it is a timestamp. And those timestamps are different. I think we have to do a totally different rethink this integration in something completely different. This chat are based on thread ID and is very brittle because this thread ID can change. The thread can be deleted and I don't know why that changed. So this seems to be a more recent timestamp than this. So timestamp to date or to date time. The good old epoch converter. I put this timestamp and this today. No, it's today. No, yeah, it's yesterday. Ah, this timestamp is yesterday afternoon. The one in the user. Let's remove the stuff after the dot. Is a couple of days ago. Oh, my god, oh my god. I'm the wrong user. Okay. More coffee there, more coffee. So, I see. No, it's okay. It's just because the reason why it's not working is because they cleared the thread because I was testing. So I cleared the thread ID for me. I think everything works. I do another test. I messed with the database. Obviously not great, but because I deleted this data by hand to test, that's why it's not working. And still in the back of my mind, it would be better if this chat is driven by this ID, the user ID, not by a thread ID. Anyway, let's do this full test now again, and I think everything was working. Will be working. So I start to delete all the messages. So we start clean, and then to trace this, I created these debug logs where when you have an app in the App Store or Play Store for Android, you cannot connect, even if it's running on your phone and your phone is local, if it's in front of you, you cannot connect by USB and use the ADB log debugging and see what's going on. So what I've done is sent the logs to Firestore so I can see what the heck is happening. And that helped a lot to debug because locally I wasn't able to debug because of the app check token that kept on changing, that created so many false positives. I think there is a way to fix the app check token. Maybe I should look into that. But first, let's do this test. Let's write a ticket for that. For the see if there is a way to fix the app check token. And then write like a physical ticket, a post-it, a small post-it. So the ticket I just fix. I don't know if it's possible, but that will be part of the task. App check token. Because without that, a communication with Firestore, login, nothing works. And I can put the debug token, but it changes several times, even in the course of a debugging session. And so it becomes very frustrating. So much that I gave up on testing locally some features, like the chat that requires a lot of interaction with Firebase and stuff. So let's keep on deleting everything and do this test. And if this test works, we can move on. And I hope it will. And the reason why it didn't work is just because I messed with the database. Okay, so I have yeah, I can do a lot thread. So the reason is Slack is a bit weird. You have to delete the thread, you have to delete all the messages, and then at the end, when you delete the last message in the thread, then the thread is gone. So now we are clean here. Right. The next thing I want to check is let's run this cleanup. So delete all the debug logs, delete the database, support chat, and so on and so forth. So we start clean as well. Simulate a starting state. So for that, so this is the web project, and this is the app. They are working together also because some Firebase functions, the Firebase functions are in the web project because they are used by the web, but now increasingly they are also used by the app. But I need a single place where to keep all the Firebase functions. So that's the web needs it more. Anyway, it's just arbitrary, and they are part of the same big project anyway. So let's choose some colors, web blue and orange for the app. So in the app, I have this Python scripts where there is a README. Well, if I open that with VS Code, which is not open now, Visual Studio Code, eh, alright. Okay, in Visual Studio Code, let me close some files. We have to find the app there and the Python scripts. There is a read. I find this awesome Python scripts there to do some checks, Firebase and stuff. They're not production code. They're mostly just for testing. But and the one I'm looking for is this one, clean up Firestore. So let's do that. So clean up Firestore. Does clean up Firestore for my user? Hmm, I think. Let's go check this source code. Yep. But my user is a bit centric. Self-centered. Okay, anyway, then we do run the cleanup. And before the cleanup was slow because it was deleting the logs one by one. There are a lot, but now it's batch, so it's a breeze, so fast. This would have taken 600 messages in the log. To delete them, it would have taken maybe 3-4 minutes without batching. Delete one, delete one, delete one. Now it deletes 500 at a time, which is fantastic. So now, wait. Okay. Now, what we're gonna do, we clean the log. All right. So I go open the app on my phone, and the support chat is empty. Yeah. Can I center that? Right. So I'm gonna write a new message, and I write hello. Okay. So now it's sending the message, and now it's sent. Okay. So that means in Slack, I receive my hello. To reply to that particular user, because this Slack can interact with as many users as they send message. So interact with the particular user to say reply thread. And I reply, what do you want? Which sounds really rude. Let's go. So what do you want? And now I think if it works, I should receive it in chat. There you go. I got it. Right? It's difficult to center. Okay. Uh, and I answer nothing. And I answer one more because before I had a problem on the second reply because the second message was changing the thread ID. So the first reply worked, the second didn't. But now this is fixed. Okay, go away then. And I got it. Fantastic. And it's very fast and it's streaming the messages. This is fantastic. And it's caching them offline. And with just little bit of Firestore, so great. No need to use SQL database here. So, but I use SQL database for the financial stuff because that's so much faster for that kind of usage. But for this kind of usage, that's where Firestore shines. It's so good. And the remote communication. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is a weird test because I'm afraid that this is the free version of Slack, and after I think 90 days it deletes the message, or maybe I have too much mess. Suppose I have a lot of messages. Let's suppose I mark this as completed, yeah, or I delete it. If I mark as completed, nothing happens. So it is just a flag. So this can keep on the conversation. Yeah, I got a new message TT. Okay. Now, or if I delete the thread, if I delete this, there is no delete thread thing, right? If I delete the first message of the thread is not deleted. That's the first message of the thread. It's gone. And if I go back, it remains like this, and I can send another message from the chat. I never tried this actually, and it's not a problem. Yeah, because the thread, despite the first message is gone, and despite the thread as the idea as the first message as a thread ID, the thread still exists. Now, if I do delete all the messages, that's a different thing, because when I delete the last message of the thread, doesn't matter which order I delete them, but when I delete the last one, then the thread is actually gone. Right? So what happens now, the app still remembers the old thread ID. Let me see if I can find the user. Right, now I have Slack thread ID. This thread ID doesn't exist anymore, even though it's saved here in Firebase. So when I send the next message from the app, it will use this thread ID, but Slack doesn't know about it. So what Slack will do is transparently create a new thread ID and return it. And so if now I post a message through the app, what should happen is this value is updated to the new thread ID. So I write a new message in the same chat in the app, and I write a new day or something like that. Let's see if that value changes. Here you go, it changes. Not only that, but it created a new thread here, there, and it posted the message successfully to Slack. That's what was not working yesterday at the end of the stream. Now I can reply to this thread, which is a different thread of the one before, and I just say go away. It's a very rude support. And I got it, so everything is seamless. Okay. This is dependent on not deleting this thread ID from Slack. Otherwise, it's not working. But if I delete Slack from Firestore, if I delete stuff from Firestore, of course, stuff is not working. That is acceptable. But I can delete stuff from Slack, and it's recovering. So I'm totally happy with that. Of course, if I delete the whole thread, I cannot reply anymore to it from Slack until the user writes me again. I can write a ticket, is like which is not important now, but I put it in the maybe column, which is uh, initiate a chat by user ID. So give Slack the possibility, the option that I can say something like add the user ID and a message, or even how to say broadcast, God forbid. Yeah, so initiate chat from Slack with at user ID or similar. Let's see if that is reserved by Slack or use some other sign. Doesn't matter. The idea is the concept. Okay. Okay, going back to the thing I wanted to do is some little improvement in the chat, which is the messages starts from the top, but all the chats normally. Let's see WhatsApp. When I open WhatsApp, everything normally auto scroll to the bottom. You have to be careful with the auto scroll because I should be able to scroll up. And when I scroll up in Slack, I got a couple of arrows that let me, a double chevron pointing down. It lets me go down. Hmm. But what I'm interested is if I open a new chat with a user, I think I have, okay, I have my phone here. So I have a user that is my S9 phone where I can send message to the other phone and normally I send a Google Play ID. So let me delete everything from this chat. Can I? How to delete a message in Slack? It doesn't seem I can. Oh yeah, on the top. Delete for me. So what I'm interested to check is when I send a new message in an empty chat, does it start from the top or from the bottom? Because if it starts from the top, then probably I don't need to change how my chat behaves. I mean, I cannot copy link. Well, it looks I have my answer already because now S9. I have only 3 messages in this chat and they start from the top. There is some first message with a warning and then those links. How can I delete those messages? Because it goes on the link and it says copy link. I cannot select the messages. Okay, I managed to delete one. Be difficult to goes on the link. Yeah. Go back to the WhatsApp. Yeah, they start on the top, so I guess it's acceptable to leave it there. But the thing is, when there is a new message, you should scroll down to the bottom. And now you don't see the new message if you go over the screen in my app because it doesn't scroll down. So this is the thing I will do just after. But first, I have this that I wrote here in the goal, refactor repositories, which is a small task. Because the repository is for the repository pattern, let's stick this ticket to the wall, on the wall, on the wall, in the maybe column. All right, it's like a refinement. Those repositories are in 2 different places. They are not really standardized. So I want to fix that, and it should be a quick task, hopefully. So for that, I'm going to do 2 things. One is start the actions runner for GitHub Actions Runner. So that's just run sh. Boom. So this is listening to jobs from GitHub Actions once it started. Okay. So let's call this actions. And we'll give it a blue color again. So this two yellow. And now I want to also start Claude in the right folder. Right, let me think, yeah, because I have a couple of things going on here, which is the 2 projects, the app and web, and I have now the MCP configuration, which is here. So unless I duplicate that also in the app project, because now our scope is just the app. But I just spent some time this morning to configure the MCP servers here. Okay, let's have a try. So I copy this MCP JSON also in budget pile app for because I want to be able to. Sometimes I want to be able to work on both projects, web and app at the same time. Sometimes I might want to work only a single project, like 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 right now. So let's see if I start Claude here. I found my MCP servers. Select any you wish to enable. All of them. Well, I don't need any revenue card right now. I didn't start to work on the subscriptions yet at all. But just to see if they work, they don't. Hold on. So this is Claude. What color we give to Claude? Purple. And it's not working. Let's try again. Let's try from here. And here they work. What's the difference, man? What did I do wrong? So what I'm gonna do is keep it simple and start Claude from here. I think it's not a problem because Claude will be able to use only the context that it needs. Okay. Now we check the MCP. They look all great. Firebase, GitHub, Revenue Card, Slack. Everything works. Looks great. Okay. So now the next thing is Claude Monitor. Can be launched from anywhere. And we'll find my session, which now has about 2 hours to expire. Yeah, 1 hour, 51 minutes. Okay, no, it doesn't expire. I mean, to renew the credits, the session can go on. Right, so now I have to focus to understand the next step. The step is as I wrote here, refactor repositories. So let's open up lib. Okay. So here I have a couple of repositories which are already in the right place. I got a chat repository and the debug log repository. But here I have this Firestore, which are repositories. All right, this is a kind of a task that I think Sonnet would do good at, which is to refactor that. I could just move them, but well, I guess you know what I will do. I will move them myself, but I will ask for advice only to Sonnet. Um, explaining the situation, and the situation is shuffle. I have repositories in at budget pilot app, wait, slash app slash lib repository. Okay. And apparently in budget pilot app lib service. Ooh, what's that? DB? Which service? I'm looking at the wrong project. App, no? Ah, service down here. That's why I see it. No, DB is okay. It's like it's more. It's not only a repository. It's something like about the schema and stuff. The real repositories are provider Firestore, and maybe even I'm gonna waste a lot of tokens. I asked to look at those file lib provider Firestore. These are repository anyway, yeah? And budget file app lib provider. However, I'm not totally sure if they all follow the repository pattern or they are services. If that is clear, I'm not sure. And you take a look at those files, all those files, and suggest if I should move them to the repository folder or which one should be moved there. That sounds like crazy request. Okay, let's make this bigger now. There you go. Yeah, this is gonna use a lot of tokens because a lot of input tokens. I believe this is now 301 or 380. I didn't ask to change anything. I just asked to take a look and provide a recommendation. Otherwise, it start to do random changes, and we want to be careful with that. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that is fine. So it says, okay, but should I extract the data functionality from those services in repositories then? Probably I won't do. I just want to follow up. Data access. Yeah, data access. Stop the fan. Okay. Right, finally, now suddenly it's not perfect. Before you said, oh, it's all perfect, your architecture follows good separation of concern with repository for data and service for business logic. And then I asked the follow-up question, and the recommendation is reversed. Yes, you should extend the data access functionality from those services into repository. Here is what I recommend. Yep. I need to digest this answer. So to do that, I think it's a very good answer. I'm gonna copy it and put it in Z so I can follow it bit by bit. And I think I will ask to implement bits and pieces. Let's see the last question. Log repository extraction. Okay. Okay, we don't need this to do. We don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. From uploader service, create a log repository. So that's what it suggests, yeah? We don't need this. But then I have to implement the log repository. Okay. From uploader service, create log repository. Let's go to find the uploader service. I would like to be cautious with this because it's like a kind of complex functionality. Okay. Let's find this uploader service. There you go. And it's a very small file, man. Are you moving everything? Upload logger to FES, to FS, Firestore. Okay. Okay, let's approach this one step at a time. One, create log repository. Two, Natus. Move. Let's see this upload logs for Firestore, which is a private method, is called from upload logs. Upload logs is not a method that would be moved because it contains a check on connection status and stuff. Basically, every time I have said FS, there is some kind of separation that goes in the repository. Let's start with this very simple one. Move upload dogs to Firestore. This is a private method. I should say to remove it, the underscore, but I think Claude will figure this out. To to the log repository. That's it for now. I will ask you to move more methods later. Okay. Oh, I'm a bit outside the screen. Yeah. Okay. And okay. Yep. I remove the underscore. Very good. Very good. So we created a log repository, and there is this very simple method, and the imports are probably correct. And is created as a provider, a river pod provider. Okay, correct. Nice and simple for your few lines of code. Good start. Now it's important that we can delete that method from there. Then next we move one more method. Let's do slowly. We'll waste more tokens for sure. I'm modeling the idea to upgrade, but I think I think we can not in the next 5 hours or 7 hours, because we manage with that. Okay, deleted the method. Okay, I didn't see the call. Here you go. That's the new call. All right, let's go to open the new repository. So that's what I wanted to do, but it wasn't as simple as I thought initially. It was just move the files from there to there. No, we have to untangle them a bit. Nice. What's this? Okay. This bar is not in sync with the actual line. I always get confused with this. I know I should ignore it and move on. I know, right? Because I open normally I have much larger columns for the app than the web project. And I have a VS Code setting folder. It's probably in the app. There you go. Yeah. So it's not red. Allora. How to exit from Benv? Leave and deactivate. Deactivate. What a terrible system, Python. I despise Python. So now here we have the VS Code configuration there. Let's copy it to the folder above. Mm. Let's have a look. Why not? Ah, yes, there you go. Dot VS Code. Okay, okay. So VS Code already saw it now. There you go. Adjusted the column. Okay. Yeah, what's the next one? So we've done that. Yep. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Then upload accounts, insert FS log. Let's not waste tokens for that. Let's do it myself. I'm just staring at the method. Type service. Where is the pref service created? It's just imported, yeah? No. Ah, it's injected. Like that, yeah. So what I'm thinking is, I don't know if it's a good idea to, basically it's doing this, it doesn't have any dependency, but all the dependencies are passed in every single method. So instead of doing that at construction time, pass the dependencies and then the methods have their real arguments and also the dependencies. So what I'm gonna do is ask to move this method to Claude and then evaluate, see if the pass the dependencies again here in the method, and then evaluate if we need to change that before we go on. So let's start with that. So go back to Claude and say only that because it has already enough context to understand what I mean. I just said there's no waste tokens for that, but now because I'm thinking, yeah, that's what it's doing. It's passing the services again. So we have the data and after the services. In this case, we have only the FS service for this method. For this method, we have the pref service and the FS service. So now we ask the questions. Okay. And the question is, the way, let's say, let's start with subject. The log repository at log repository methods are accepting both the data parameter, both the data parameters and their dependencies as argument. Do you think this is a good idea, or should we pass dependencies such as ref service and fs service. Let's use only the class name. So here is the problem. I was gonna say it's construction time. The construction is here. Then that would mean that they are coded, not injected. Okay, they are okay, let's see how it works. They are coded here, kind of, but you can still create upload a service for testing purposes, passing your dependencies. The equivalent of the services here is the repository. So that means we'll construct here, but then if we want to test, we can create our own, injecting whatever we want, mock stubs. When the repository is called similarly to not created similarly to or as in upload a service file. All right, that's the question. I kind of think the answer is would be yes, but I want to see what's the opinion of Claude. It sounds funny to put it like that, but you know, it really works as a kind of buddy to talk with. For you're absolutely right to so we skip the reasonment thinking part because it's too long. You're absolutely right to question this. The current and this is the summary of the thinking. Then, if we want to come to understand very well where this come from, we can look at the thinking, but I don't think it's necessary. The current approach of static method taking dependencies as parameters more has some drawbacks. Method signature are getting pretty long and repetitive. Every caller needs to know about all the dependencies inconsistent with all existing service pattern. Better approach? Yeah. So you agree with me? Dependency injection, like the uploader server, the repository should follow the same pattern as their other services. Yes. Okay. So now in the constructor we pass the services, which is no, we are creating here. Yeah, it's the same as the other one. So we are yes in the constructor. How do we inject them? Hold on. It's actually the same pattern. I know I'm testing this. Because I can mark any of this stuff, I think. Anyway, the pattern is the same. We can remove those nasty long parameters. And now we're passing reference down instead of not passing it. Okay, so now it's the same. Ooh. Where's this local repository here? Oh, yeah, yeah, because now we need to remove that. Okay. First, it's still working on the other file. We're creating the variable. Oh, let's upload a service. And now we can remove the argument, so we fix that code. No, we have one more dependency because before it was a static method. Well, it was crazy. If it's static method, why you need river pod? Fixing the other one. Nice. Nice, nice. So this is coming well, coming along well. So now we move the second method, and it's very good we did one at a time because we could see the problem. Otherwise, if it was a wall of code, I would have just accepted it because I wouldn't be able to digest what was going on. So Claude can maybe digest, a big change, but I can't. No, that easy. I would have to take so much more times. Oh, I could, yes, but maybe it's like when you feel, yeah, whatever, takes too long, you get impatient. Instead, it's better to stare at the code until we are happy. So we've done that. So I put OK here. Let's check this method. Upload account, upload budget. Let's start on that then. Oh, we've done it. Hold on. Oh, this doesn't make sense now. There is no point of having this method because now it's only a call to a single method. That's why I was baffled. We've done that, but it's still there. So I'm gonna take the content of this method, see where it's used. I got. Hold on. Was he using itself like that? The other thing is this is not awaited. I don't think it was deliberate. I don't think it was. I think it was a mistake. Let's go through then the file. Besides, it still works because it goes in the background, but I don't think that we need to rush through this because it's a background operation. So it doesn't matter if it's waiting, it's not locking anything. That's another one. How to go back. Go back. Okay. Oh, it's of type void. It says future void. Ah, I just await twice. Oh, it was already awaited. Okay, okay. My bad. So every time I see ref read, it might or it might not need an await. I don't think this needs an await. Yeah, it does not. But most of the time I would. Anymore? Okay, finish. Yeah, okay. So the issue is this we got a little bit sidetracked on this await thing, but the issue is now this method is actually only calling this method. So why don't I just call that method? Go back. Why log repository is undefined? Ah. Mm. I see. I thought it was in the same file. It isn't. So now what we're gonna question is, should the notifier use the service or should it use the log repository? Okay, let's ask this. Now I have initial upload notifier, which is something that I can perhaps even get rid of because it was to deal with the before I had the log of operations. Before I had logging everything in the log table so that I know what to upload or not. So it's only for my install before I had this log table. I have this log table where I go through and I upload stuff in SQL. I upload stuff to Firestore. However, before I had this log table, I didn't have a transaction log. So this initial notifier was creating this transaction log for old versions of the app. So potentially I can delete it. But I would like to wait a little. Just in case, so what could happen if it's a screw up the log, I have an escape patch to do everything from the beginning. Which on line 103, so I saw line number is a good way to communicate. Yeah. Calls their own upload provider. And in upload the service is just calling log repository. Should the initial okay, hey, nice.
Zia001 is now following.
Zia, okay, nice to see you. Thanks for follow. Should the upload and initial upload notifier call directly the log repository? And should we git get rid of that method in uploader service? Uploader service. Okay, let's see what the suggestion here. Hey, hi, Zia. Nice to see you. I'm good. I'm doing well, thanks. See what it says. You're absolutely right. The upload account initial insert fs log. Man, that name. I was on drugs, perhaps. Uh, method in uploader service has become a redundant wrapper that just passed through the. So yeah, that's what happened. This method, it's just calling another method. So unnecessary chain, a better approach, eliminate redundant wrapper, removes unnecessary indirection, cleaner. All right, two verbose, fine. We got it. We got it. Yes. I'm a big fan too. Let's team up sometime. Can they add me on Discord? All right. See, I didn't use Discord for a long time. I will. I will do it after the stream. So this is the imports. So what are you doing, mate? You working on Flutter or some related technology as well? I'm doing Flutter right now. I'm doing Svelte, TypeScript. Previous life, I was doing Java. Upload the budget, initial effect. Why so many changes? I thought we are moving one method. Wait a second. No, that's not. That's not what we're talking about. We were talking about removing the wrapper in uploader service. I think you are doing something else. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Okay, didn't open Discord for a while. See, updating. Okay, yeah, now he's doing the right change. Do you want to miss this change? Delete? Yes, it's okay to delete, but are you creating a new one? I'm trusting you there. Okay, so no, the upload notifier needs Let me see. Needs the log repository. Dunque, this is so instead of using the uploader provider, which was the wrapper method, that now didn't make any sense anymore, is using directly this method now. Okay. Boom, done, mate. Okay, perfect. Now, perfect. Now we have removed the wrapped method and updated initial uploaded to call provider notifier directly. Okay, you know what's the time now to do a Flutter analyze? Make sure we didn't break anything. And there are 5 issues, yeah. Whew. Do, wow. Oh, that's interesting. So now uploader service does not need account anymore because we create, oh, but what a mess. Because account is used here. Okay, let's do the cleanup. Just delete this. Okay. And delete this. And do a Flutter analyze. So do the exclamation mark, I just say to run a command in the shell directly. It seems that Claude told me before that he's looking at the output, but he's not reacting to it. Okay, no issues. Good. Okay, can go on. So going back to the plan is the next one in uploader service is this upload budget method. It relies on FS service. Okay, let's tell it to move. So 1 hour to the next session should be fine. Where we go another. So we added the budget import to the log repository. Okay, which is now unused, but it will be used as the method is moved. Okay, moves the method there and updates the call. Bit dumb to use the AI to do this, but you know, you become so lazy. So, okay. Now is using log repository provider to call this method. And we've done this. Okay, I need to remove the method. Good. Nice, nice. Right, let's do a Flutter analyze. So I think what the eye is missing is to remove the imports. Good to add the imports. Yep. But now for same reason, now we don't need the import anymore because we moved the method. The thing is, we're still using budget, but it's just not visible because the new method, let's close some files, in log repository, it is uploaded by a budget, it's using a budget. But now, yeah, it's defined with var, so we don't see the type. Maybe final instead of var. No, because we're assigning it. Right. Maybe it's not a great practice to reassign it. Maybe you can, we could, probably it's not the moment to change this code. Yes, let's resist the urge to change it. Not a good idea. We are moving, so let's focus on the moving. Let's go to check. So let me go to check this method. The reason why I want to check is that see if it's really focused on data only. The fetcher session ID is a bit questionable. If it should be the session should be injected instead. Now the fetch of session ID in log repository is a bit questionable. Is it okay to fetch the current session in the repository, or should the session check? Maybe it's the right way to do it to pass the session, but let's ban this user. Okay. But I would make the code worse. Because if I do that, I would have another call here to get the session and another parameter there. So, okay. I don't ask this question. Control A, Control K, Control A, Control K. Okay. Let's move on to the next one instead. So this one has been done. Yep. So the next one is this one. Let's go to check how it looks like. Same. Yep. Oh, is this we solved already, right? Yeah. I know, I'm still analyzing. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. So, okay, now move. Yeah, now we need a transaction. And then the same, we'll have to remove transaction from there. Create a new method in log repository. Oh, this I can follow so much more, moving one method at a time rather than, will be have a wall of text. But you know what I would like? This callback buffer from item is not enough. Look. Or maybe what I want is to get this chat log in a file. Well, maybe it's already happening because it's a cloud. So I can grab and look for things in it. Anyway, nice. It's also already doing the other change of using the log repository provider instead of the upload provider. Did it in the method? So this will be a PR on its own for sure because it's getting big. Not going to start the next thing. Okay, so let's do a Flutter analyze. I think there might be a problem with the import to remove. I don't know if you spell it anymore. I think that's correct. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the transact to be removed from uploader service as expected, no problem, done. So if I run it again, no issues for sure. So what's the next thing? This one. Let's go to check. Sorry? It's the one I just moved, isn't it? Yep, but I didn't put the okay. Next one is this one. I'm looking at the method to see if it's correct to move it. Not sure. Because also calling a lock provider. Which however is used to only for data transformation, so it makes sense. Yep. Bit convoluted, yeah. Let's do a further step. Evaluate and decide if to move it as well. I think the answer is yes. We already saw that too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I was a little bit doubtful. Yeah. So the thing is, notify. This is a static method. Maybe it should be moved to a lock. I think it's a static method. Let's look at more closely. I mean, it doesn't have any dependency. Yeah. I think first we might want to move to fs map from unlock to unlock itself at unlock unlock dot. There should be somewhere. What do you think? Does it think? Because if we do that, it will be also not static, but just yeah. So we can do a log dot. Absolutely, that's much better approach. Looking at log classes already have all of these, yes, feature envy. I should investigate 2FS mapped from a log. Uh, ooh, right. So let's go to check that. So in a log itself, there is already a method that's seemingly similar called 2FS map. Uh, it's difficult. So let me copy this method in there just temporarily to evaluate. So this is exactly the same. This is exactly the same. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Just using the getter versus a field. So, okay. Okay. And then there is this base map, which are the other two fields. Yep. So it looks like we can delete them methods. Yes, please do. We might be able to delete to fsmap to malloc and use directly to fsmap. And my assessment is that this is indeed the case. Let's have a double, second pairwise check my assessment. User seems to agree with my assessment. Yeah, already done it. But yeah, let's have a double check. They're essentially identical. Yep. Yeah, that's my assessment. Delete fsmap. Yep. Yes. Shall I update, upload a service? Yes. And remove. Yep. So good. Little bit of cleanup. We might have broken some tests, but it's okay. We're gonna fix them. Maybe we didn't. Now let's move upload to log. Oh, now we can do that. Okay, hold on before you do that. Let me have a look. Right, very nice. So you tell me why you need this variable. We can just use 2fs map over there. Anyway, now it's moving, so let's it not confuse. I can do the change, little change myself there once it's moved. Yeah, it's doing the same. It's not wrong to do like this, but can be a little bit more succinct. Okay. Untangling, untangling. Okay, very good. Now we have this to fix, no problem. Is this becoming empty? Yeah, there's only one method now. And a shitload of dependencies. Upload logs, fetch local logs. All right. And then check in every time if the network disconnected. Upload logs to FS, Firestore, and delete the local log. Right. This can be interrupted anytime, no problem. This is just for the progress indicator. Nice. Okay, so let's clean up the imports. So, yeah. Nice. Let's do a little Flutter analyze just to make sure. So this is 2 hours almost. Just to do this refactoring. Another one more in the notifier. One initial upload notifier. Okay. Yeah, no, don't depend on the uploaders. Hold on, uploader service anymore. This created somewhere. No, I see it's here. No, it looks good. Yeah, just this should be fine now. Just confirming. Okay. So going back to this is now in the log repository. So we said, yeah, we don't need this intermediate variable. Maybe it's sometimes useful for going there and debugging. Yeah? So you can visualize the variable. But we'll change it again if I ever need to debug this. In theory, you could do the same with the session ID. but we'll keep it in this way. Okay, so this was this one, and so this is done. So in the replayer service, which one? It says fetch logs. Is clearly, oh my God, I have so many things open and now let me close some files. It's outside the screen, by the way. Okay. Okay, shall we move fetch logs from replayer service into log repository? And log count is the next one. Okay, this is it. Looking at fetch logs in replayer service, this is a pure data access. Yeah, I told you to do it. Yeah, okay, do log count as well. Yeah, all right. Yes. Let me get some water. So the first thing is adding the log table as an import. Okay. Have to be very careful with water. I'm clumsy. Don't want to throw it on laptop. I already screwed up once. It was an expensive repair bill. Fetch logs, logs count look good, at least like cursory look. Import log repository. Clean up, and then that's it. After it's finished, we can move to something more interesting. We don't need this node anymore. Add the dependency. Okay, take the call out instead of doing it itself. So you know what I'm thinking now is another way to find I- what I should really do is stop with this refactoring. But what I'm thinking is I could find any direct SQL call or call to Firestore in the services and thinking they shouldn't be there, but they should be in in some repository. So the way to find them, I don't know the way to find them, but that's weird. There is no grade, isn't it? There shouldn't be here. This because this FS3 service is it should be somewhere else. It looks like, and this is a prime example. Can you take a look at this FS service? Because it has reference to all collection, but they are not actually used. Unless, yeah, they're not used. The only one used is the user collection and log collection. Because the thing is, I had those collections before, but then in Firestore, I'm just saving the logs, not saving this anymore. So we can do this. Hold on, eh? Let's do a Flutter analyze first. Let's do it here. That's a different issue. There is an unused import in the repair service. That's not a big issue. Just delete. But there is a refactoring problem for the previous move. In a player service where fetch logs we move it here. And we are using on the log repository here, but apparently, no. I was going to say there is a second place, there isn't. So this error is where? 127. So it's not this one. But in this file, isn't it? Upload notifier. No, it's not in this file. And that's why. What is initial upload notifier? Yep. So the reason why it's 127. What? No. A number outside, yeah. 127, there is a close square bracket, doesn't make sense. The method fetch log is not defined for replayer service. Ah, test. That's why I couldn't find it. Yeah, we said we were gonna bug some tests. Just we have to run the tests. Log repository. Hmm, I don't even understand this message. Let's try this. Flutter test. Yeah, it's okay. Ah, let's just close. So first the fix. If I run directly, doesn't see the result, or at least it doesn't react. But now if I ask to run it, it will react to it. Okay. Yeah, I was writing the wrong name. Yeah, we need to import it. That's what's missing. Log repository provider. Yeah, I have one. We don't need to export it. There's no TypeScript. Why is it not working? I cannot import it. Well, just when the IntelliSense doesn't work, the suggestion. Okay. Will the test work? I used the import. I could have found it myself, but okay. Now we should be good. Yeah, we should be good. Okay, let's wrap it up. It's already enough big of a refactoring. So okay, let's wrap up this refactoring. Evaluate all files that have been modified and review them. Oh, some test fail. No, but they failed because we didn't update the method. Let's run it again. Yeah, it passed. Including the README files. Changes I did. A full good commit and create a new branch. I think we are on main. Yeah. Commit and create a PR. We have GitHub MCP now. I don't know if I need to tell you, or you know already. You should know. So let's test without saying anything explicit. Yeah, that should be it. I was thinking what else to say. Okay. Move the ticket on the wall. Yeah. You got it. Move to the right directory. Correct. Is reading the changes. Why? That's what I wanted to say. To be succinct. But I always say it also in the Cloden file, and he writes so much stuff every time. Okay. Trying to run a test. It's fine, but I already ran all the tests. Ah, be. I don't know if I can say that. Very close. Let's see. I don't know if it will. Because you can type what it's thinking. I don't know if that's, influence the thinking or is that kind of too late. Oh, yeah. That's very succinct for him. Yeah. Create a extra log to repository for service. Create a log repository with dependency injection pattern. Move all the upload method from log repository. Fetch logs. Log counts on a best server. Remove redundant log. Yeah, everything is right. It's just too much. Update the initial upload notifies go log repository. Yeah. Clean separation. Repository and the access. Okay. All these two things are not necessary. Create log repository dependency injection, move all the move fetch logs. Yeah, that's better. Still verbose, but not crazy verbose. It's not using the MCP. Interesting. I will let it go. Test plan kind of silly, but Mm. What is the two uncommitted changes? Hold on. The readme fucking files, I told it. No, you didn't add and commit the readme files. Please commit all files. Okay. Color system, that's not true. Doesn't matter. This will be squashed. Create a PR. See how much. Yeah, 23 minutes. Let's go crazy. Remove the test plan from the PR message. Nice. Created PR, my changes, new repository. Yeah, why do you tell me again? Okay, so reload the page. PR is there. Let's review. The tests are running. They are running on my phone. That's fantastic because that's reliable. Not the stupid Android emulator that always fails. Let's review the changes. Okay, interesting that we removed more lines than we added, even though we added several lines in the README. That is interesting. That is good. That is a very good thing. Let's give a look. Okay, everything was moved to log repository, couple of methods there. I removed from there, I did over there. Some of the line gain is just because of formatting, but not all, because this is big difference. Let's say missing a weight. All right, fixed. Yeah, it's formatting again. That's a new repository. Oops, that's a typo. Python script readme, there was a typo. Let's fix that. Bash chef. There you go. Bash. Okay. Yep. Unfortunately, I missed new commit. Git commit and push. Oh yeah, need to go to app. Git commit and push. So refresh. So that typo should be all right. Interesting that it was not found by. If we tell to review the code, let's tell to review the PR. Can you now, can you review all the changes in the PR and suggest amendment if necessary? Okay, let's see what happens. Already reviewed, for me it's fine. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens or will happen. Mm, let's see. Can you use GitHub MCP? No, he's using free. Yeah, there you go. Why does he need I telling him? Even MCP is kind of failing, yeah? First time using MCP. Ah, I think I think that's what happening. Wait, GitHub MCP. I need to put a token, man. I just put the MCP and that's probably the one. The GitHub MCP authentication to access private repository. You need the Git setup, the GitHub access token environment variable to fix this. Create a GitHub personal access token. Okay, let's go do it. I think I have to do it. Okay, we can go settings. I want to check quickly this usage. Okay, we are still below. I go overview. It should tell me the included usage $8, yeah, and more details. Ah, okay. Now it says $16, and now it's the end of the month, so it's fine. It's quite generous, this free tier. from GitHub Actions. But what we're gonna find is maybe password and authentications. No. Okay, well, let's go back to the to find where it is. Go to GitHub settings, developer settings. Ah, okay, it's not there, but it's in developer settings. Mm. Oh, that's at the bottom. Okay, developer settings, personal access token, classic. Generate a new token with repo scope. Yes, and this I have to do it in the other screen because it might show it. Okay, so I click on generate new token. Classic, ask me again. Use passkey, sign in. Yep. Expiration. Note, cloud. Select scopes. Repo scope. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Workflow. What other scopes can be useful in addition to repo scope? Workflow. I'm checking. Project if maybe I never used or others. It depends what the MCP can do. For a comprehensive GitHub development workflow, the scopes that are useful in addition to repo. Repo, workflow, read org, user email project. Essential for development. So it said, oh, just do that. Then you ask more in details, and there is a lot more to do. Read discussion. I don't have discussion, but anyway. Delete repo, no. Yeah, pull request review. Yeah. Where is it? Pull. No, it's not. There isn't a scope like that. So something is hallucinating. Yeah. Packages. Public key, no. Repo hook. Admin repo hook. Yeah. In reality, yes, it's a repo hook. No, this one. Code space, I don't know for what. We're not using code space. No, let's not activate it. That's it, yeah. Repo, workflow, recommended, read org. Read org, I can't find it. Hold on. Read colon org. Okay, I found it. Yep, I didn't have that. Write packages. Okay. Nice. So that's it. Generate token. Okay, I got the token. Copy. What do we do with it? All right. Let me get this in Z and the token equal that. So let's open ZSHRC. How do I see the... No, I was at settings. Alright, well, I always use VR in the end. ZSHRC. Okay. And we put the token in there. Okay, so the power window is we need to quit Claude. And we lose the discussion so far. For MC50 has failed. What the heck is going on? Close the shell, open a new one. And now we can test if it works, if the MCP server works. Okay, so going to dev budget pilot, Claude, correct, MCP, everything seems connected. Can you check open PRs in budget pilot app? Let's use like this. Using MCP. Oh, let's see, that works. Okay, it's using the MCP. The user is still Okay, got it now. What's the difference between the previous query? I was looking for budget pile, but it's called budget. I found it. Okay. Can you add info about the GitHub repo and username, username and repo in the appropriate cloud.md so I don't have to tell you again next time. Nice. So good. Okay. No, so this can't be committed because it's in the top folder. I will have to decide if to do a fucking monorepo there. We pushed hard because this it looks like there is more, but it failed here or even before some other times. So now 3 minutes to the next session. That's great. Please, okay. Can you review the PR and suggest any changes if necessary? Let's see if it is using the MCP now or not. MCP for GitHub now finally works. Yes, it's using MCP. So good, man. So good. So in the meantime, let's see if the build actually worked. Already reviewed myself. The build is still in progress. Because we did a recent commit. 21 minutes, so this went fucking wrong. Let's cancel this workflow. My phone? Do I need to unlock it? Maybe I need to unlock it. Let's see what happened there when it says 21 minutes. I already killed it now. If it says waiting for... yeah. Yeah, okay. My bad. Anyway, we didn't need that test because there was a subsequence commit. So nice that with an Android device actually works. Need to unlock the phone. Okay. I think that was it. Let's see now. Wait for Android device. Mm, 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 mm. Why you can't see it? I need to do something. I didn't know about that. Yeah, go ahead. Did I know about that? Let's see. ADB list devices. I don't remember, man. ADB devices list. ADB devices -L. Haha. That's why. Let's just compile it. Forgot how to attach my phone connected to USB Android. Now ADB devices -L returns an empty list. And it's done. Oh, let's try. Let's try to unplug and replug it in. Oh, okay. That did the thing. Unplug and replug. Okay, and just unplugging and replugging. It's worked. Why did it disconnect yesterday? Maybe a timeout was working and I didn't touch anything. I just remember I rebooted. I rebooted my Mac and my feet. Yeah, this is working now. Okay. We know that sometime we just need to reconnect the phone. Okay. Nice. Let's see what happened on Claude. Tests are running. That's fantastic, Claude. What did you say? He's creating a fucking actual review. Oh my god. I didn't work. I am incredibly surprised. Let's see what happened. The structure effect. uh, let's upload. Can you do these renames? Let's have a look. Upload account initial is. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Let me see if it does make sense. Upload. Yeah, I think I agree with that. The reason he was saying insert because as its initial, they're all insert and no updates, but it's kind of redundant. So I think I agree with that. Yeah. So we started a new session. Now we're gonna do the renames. We need to commit. Flutter analyze. Okay. GS. GS. Mm. No, exclamation mark. Okay. I'm sure I can say, can you adding? You will understand anyway. Can you add? Can you adding? It's okay. Even it's not English, correct English, it will convey the meaning. Fetch logs, then upload to Firestore. From other devices. Can you show me what and where would you do this? More than what, but anyway. Where and how, yeah. I think I have to be careful that I catch because that was done on purpose to let things fail so that the retry would work. If we do try catching on the Firebase, save is not retried then. I think I want to leave it like that for now because of the implication of retry. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is check if I have any changes here, not committed now. Yep. Review these changes quickly. Okay, this is the method rename. Commit these changes. So this will trigger another build. And then we're gonna merge this branch and move to the next step. So the next step, so didn't do anything about the chat notifications because I didn't do anything because we done this refactoring. And now we can move to done basically. We need to do the auto scroll in the chat. Okay, let's have a coffee break before we start the new task. Okay. So the thing is, to go on, I would have to merge, and it's just a refactoring. I could just merge optimistically. Okay. Yeah. And okay, let's do that. Well, before we do that, let's check this. Man, it's such a small change that it's like can stay there for now. So what I'm gonna do is this. Now we got a very nice short message. Short enough compared to the usual Claude code. Update that and merge. Everything will be fine. Now, check out main, pull, fetch all, and delete the refactoring branch. And now we have only main. Okay, so the next step is to start with the next task, which is auto scroll. To scroll chat messages. All right, so let's figure out first where is the chat. Okay, close all these files and start to look into the app. Lib, where is lib? Widgets. Oh, it's outside the screen. And in widget, I have support, chat list, support screen. I see the build method. Okay. Scaffold, body, saved area, column, chat content. Stream builder, chat message. What? Hold on a second, I got lost. Chat content is this one, which in a case in which we got a message, there is a stream builder, chat repository, builder, is string content. Okay. Chat list, finally, which is the other component. This component is a column. Ooh. I think it's for no messages yet. Didn't see that. Um, there is a bug that I didn't know about. So now I have messages in the app. Let's go delete all of them to see if I can see this initial state. Maybe I just didn't notice. So I go to Python script. I do marshmallow. You're eating your treat. Python script and do the delete. So let's see it in the readme. Okay. Let's open the readme here. Okay. Clean up Firestore. There you go. Yeah, colorization makes a big difference. Huh? But I'm pretty sure I use less. Or if I use Vim, will it do a colorization? No. Probably to install something. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. Let's run this clean up Firestore. So this will delete the messages from the app. So they should be disappear after a while. There you go, gone. Because it's deleting the Firestore database and now there is nothing there. Ah, yeah. There you go. That's the no conversation yet. Not super inviting. Get in touch. Get in touch is maybe more friendly. Yes, Marshmallow. Get my dog out. Garden door is open. He's always staying there on the door looking out for 10 minutes. So I just let the door open and we go to close it in a bit. That looks a little bit cramped. Let me do this visual change as well. Yeah, let's leave it 16. Let's be more enthusiastic. Okay. Yeah, and also shorter, so it makes sense. This is using also almost all of the screen size. But the issue here was that when you receive a new message, it wasn't scrolling down. So you don't see the new message. There you go. So where is Claude? Here. Let's close this session and start a new session with Claude. Changing completely the topic. In the Android app, there is a support screen which includes a chat list component showing support messages from Slack using Firebase as a glue. The issue is that everything is saved here. When new message arrives, it's added to the list correctly, but the list does not scroll to the new message. So when there are many messages, they could be out of view. I don't know if I'm explaining well. Ah, below the bottom of the screen. Let's stop here. Let's see what happens. But also, you shouldn't auto scroll all the time. I should be able to scroll back. Let's see. So, when a new message arrives at 6. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's exactly what we need. So scroll only if a new message arrives, so you can scroll back. But that's not a big change. So it becomes from stateless to stateful widget. So that means for the structure of Flutter, it has to create a new state class. So this is just a formal refactoring so far. But then there is all these new methods. A scroll controller, previous message count. So if we have a new message, we scroll to bottom. Ah, it's fantastic. I think that's great. So that would work also the first time when we get the list of messages. Well, this has to be tried. Right. Let's just formal update because we split the class. Okay. This has to be tried. I got this ticket. Oh, okay. It's not the clearest description, but it's enough for me. We had to test it on the phone. Create a new branch. Let me check if I'm on main. Disconnect. Wasn't disconnect? How to connect from vent. Man, I hate vent. Deactivate. Deactivate. Fucking hell. So can I, oh yeah. I was checking. I got distracted by vent. I'm on main here. Create a new branch. Commit and create a PR. Review the PR. No. No, you have to do it in budget pile up, which is already a Git repo as documented in Cloud MD, you dummy. All right. Fucking hell. This tool is incredible, but sometimes it does the dumb stuff, man. So in the meantime, we are still running the test for the previous. What? We did some commits, yeah. This 2 minutes will finish, but there is another queued. Okay, done one. Oh, yeah, left that one. It's so good that the phone as test executor for the A2E test is super reliable. Never had a test flaking. Cannot say the same for the emulator. The Android emulator was so flaky that about 30% of the time it will fail, which is super annoying. Then I have to rerun it. Sometimes it fails 2, 3 times in a row. And now that doesn't happen anymore. I'm so happy about it. Push. We create a new PRR and a new build. There is a lot of messages for such a small change. Add auto scroll to the bottom when new support messages arrive. What if I send a message myself? I don't think it discriminates, yeah? Let me check the diff. Oh yeah, you check the diff after the PR is open, okay. So I can check the PR. Add the auto scroll, implement the big add smooth animated scroll to bottom. Smooth animated. Hmm. Verify existing chat functionality works. Test the message auto scroll. Confirm smooth animation. Okay. Scroll controller is properly disposed. Should be in the dispose method. Okay, the PR is created, so I will review it as well. Yeah, this is fine. Review the PR. There you go. I'm gonna review it before you, so I'm not influenced. Where is the dispose? There is no dispose. Ah, yeah, there you go. Dispose is here. Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. So, okay, what I wanted to check is with the scroll to bottom for new messages sent by support or for any message. I think it should scroll to bottom for any message. But let's see. Yeah, of course, for any message, because also the message I send, they will go to, there is no distinction. They will go to Firestore, and as such, there is one message more. But where was the count? There you go, previous message count. It got in the state. So that's the initial state, which will be 0 when the first time it creates. I see. The update is not here, is outside, is in the support screen. Yeah, this will be updated every time the stream changes. Nice, and the state will keep track of how many messages there were before and do the scroll accordingly. Okay, let's have him review. My review says it's fine. Get pull request files. It's using the MCP, so good. MCP, Model Context Protocol. Should have another user. It's not posted yet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this has to be tested. So this will take maybe 30 minutes to go to the Play Store, do all the builds. So I will stop the stream here, have a break. And the thing I want, supposing this works, I don't see why it shouldn't. It seems pretty simple. But supposing this works, the next thing I want to work on is a big one, this one. New chat notification. So when there is a new message, the user has no way to know that a new message arrived unless they open the app and check the support messages, which is crazy because they would never do um unless they are relay. So we put this in the doing column. But I can do a little bit of research if I can do this, because that would mean I can do my check in the emulator rather than keep on having to deploy to check this on the phone. Let's put this in doing as well and have a quick check. Let's ask this to Claude. But this has nothing to do with this, so we close this context. I know I can do clear, but this would work as well. We start Claude. Now it's reconnecting to the MCPs. Yeah, that works. Okay. It, it always like good to see that they all work. And I'm gonna say am having problems trying to um, check the test the app on the Android emulator, even though the other one is a simulator. The iPhone one, because the app check token is changing too frequently, creating many false positive failures. Is there a way to fix the app check token for easier debugging? Might be, might be not. If there isn't, we'll move on. And it will tell me disable it. I can't unless I create another environment for Firebase because it's enforced. Yep. I can see your app check is already configured for debugging, but the issue is that the debug token still refreshes frequently. For easier debugging on the Android emulator, you can set a fixed debug token. There is this possibility. Ah. There is one problem with this, that we are on the branch. We are on the branch where we did this scroll change. So let's check out to main. We will rebase it and we can work here. Oh, it's so good. So I can test on the phone. This is like great, man. Wow. But I don't understand. Okay, I need this import to do something. Let's see. Man, this is great. If it works, it might not. Aha. Set token auto refresh enable false. Okay, we'll change that. Well, there are a couple of things. One, the debug tokens should come from our environment variables, otherwise I will commit to the Git repo, which is not fine. And the second, and this is too much, it should be extracted in a method. Ah, hello, Marshmallow. Let me close the door. Ah, two comments, two considerations. Yeah, two comments. One, debug token should come from an environment variable, so it won't be committed into Git. Two, this new code should probably go in its own method. You're absolutely right. I mean, I never disagree. Eh? Now, sometimes it does, but not very often. Let me implement this properly with an environment variable with a separate method and a separate method. Okay. Mm. Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking to move. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Perhaps have to break it down even more. I was thinking to move the debug stuff in a method, but yeah, I start with that. Perfect. You have a clean solution. Fix the debug token for user testing. Set the environment variable when running your app. Can't you set a real environment variable? Generate a debug token. Go to project app check, debug tokens, add the debug token for your app. Use a separate init app check method of generalization, disable auto refresh in debug mode, and uses a fixed debug token environment variable for also good. Yes. Okay. Should the code inside if branch positive branch be extracted in its own method? Oh, we changed the goal. No, no, refactor repository long gone. We did the chat auto scroll, which is now done. And then we are working on upcheck debug token. Does it fit? Yeah. Yes, they would improve reliability. Yeah. Nice. I'm so happy about this. So you said to use can't can't oh my god, can't upcheck debug token be a normal environment variable. Yep. Huh. All right, so we weren't there 100%. Okay, interesting. Okay, now it's correct. Nice. You're gonna have to keep on pinging the AI because it's not always doing what you expect it would be doing. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if it's fixed. So now we're gonna go to the Play console. No, 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 it's nothing to do with the Play console, it's Firebase. Firebase app check. Go to apps, go to manage debug tokens. I'm really confused now. Because the environment is what environment? Of my computer or the phone? I'm confused now. If I set up an environment variable, or I mean, I set up upcheck debug token and variable on my Mac, and then I run the Flutter app on my phone or on an emulator, will it work with the with that env variable? Probably not, now I realize. How do I pass the debug token down? The environment approach won't work. The apps are on Android. Yep. Go back to that define. Okay, back and forth. So All right. So now we need to also change the CI. Okay, it says when you do Flutter run, so 22, this is a bit more complex than I thought, but I think I got it. So we have to go check the CI. All workflows, caches, caches, attestations, runners, usage metrics. This is in total, eh? Current month? Nah, that is not true. Yeah, I use that much. Ah, total minutes. So this is including my self-hosted runners, which is not counted as for billing. That's why it's so high. But I'm getting lost. I have to find where I put the environment variable for GitHub. I forgot. Probably not here. Okay, can you review GitHub? Yep. Workflows. CI. And see where we need to add the dot define and tell me how to set the secret or environment variable on GitHub, or help me to do it with MCP. I'm afraid I'm gonna show the secret. If it does, I will have to regenerate. Aha, yep. Looking at the CI workflow, I can see the E2E test 993 and 146. Run Flutter test would benefit from the fixed upcheck debug token. You would need to define add the define. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. So, okay, let me go back to here. Let's delete these tokens. You need to add up check debug token to secrets to your GitHub. In the repo, not in a specific workflow. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Security or settings? I know it's written there, I should read. I want to look myself a little. Yeah, there you go. See, settings. Problem is that now I don't know anymore which one I need. New repository secret. Secret name, accept debug token. Okay. You need, I can help you. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I can, I give access to that. Yeah. Repositories. Don't know what you mean with that. There is only one budget repository. What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah, already done. Go to Firebase console, debug token, add the debug token. Copy the generated token. I'm afraid it does not generate a token. You have to write one. So what it's saying is go here, manage debug token, add debug token. There you go. Let's call this fixed token. We have to be in this format. Does it need a 4 here and a 8 there? Ah, oh yeah, go generate token. Okay, let me move this off the screen, generate the token. Okay, it did generate a token for me. I copy and I save. Okay, and now I have this fixed token. So now I put that in the secret in GitHub, add secret. Which is this. Nice. And now it has the token. The way that we can check if that indeed works, let's close this page, is in the logs for the workflow run. Go actions, and we take any workflow. This one passed. We go for any test. When it runs the test, internal error, Firebase object token is invalid, which doesn't even affect the test because I don't do anything that requires the user yet. So, but if this works, the next execution should not have that warning anymore. And we can do more interesting tests, and we can test on the phone, and we can test on the emulator. Ah. There is one more thing to update, I think. I think I should have. I'm not totally sure, but I think I might have some script. I might or may not. There you go. Does it do ADB devices without the hyphen L? Same. Pixel 3 is Pixel 6. This is can delete. Oh. Oh. What's run does? Oh, marshmallow. Still that this is just the first emulator, so this will change. Okay. So let's tell now here. Can you? I need to do one more thing, which is. Did I just lose the secret? No, I still have it. Okay. Because I want to add this token as well. Also in my environment variable on the Mac. Yes, Marshmallow. Fucking hell, Marshmallow. If Marshmallow leave me alone a second. So let's create an environment variable in uh, in my ZSHRC, which has the same name as the GitHub secret. Which is upcheck debug token. May said that. So now I will be able to pass the environment variable also. MCP revenue cut. Okay. Export upcheck debug token equal and token. Excellent. Second. Okay. So now we're gonna do that. I also added um upcheck debug token environment variable on my Mac on in ZSHRC. So I can pass that variables in the scripts in at budget pilot. Just bin. There you go. Can you review all these scripts and update them to pass the debug token when necessary? Okay. How's it going with this 4 hours? So it's a lot of time. This is fine. But this is overly optimistic. Okay, there you go. One for test, for budget. One for running the main E2E tests. Oh, if we solve this issue, man, and one for manual run, we can test everything in the emulator, we can test on the phone. Oh, in the meantime, let's see how, okay, perfect. Yeah. So let's see how this is done. So we can merge that. Let's have another quick review. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Okay, merge that. Copy this first. Squash and merge. Okay, confirm squash and merge. Okay, and now the branch is deleted. Here we are still on main. Let's see if we can pull without, clean the pull. Maybe. Let's try to git stash. Yeah, it's stash. Object token. Git pull. Git fetch all. Yeah, it's not a problem. You can unstash, you don't need to merge anything. Git del feature. Git branch. Only main. Git stash pop. Git stash list. Okay. Go back to this. Okay. Great. Can you create a new branch, commit, and create a PR, review the PR. So yeah, we kind of switched to the new topic, which was fixed object token. So this was much quicker than the refactoring. The refactoring took much longer, but we don't know if it works. Neither of these two features or little changes. But this is a big deal if it works. Little problem with the path. I love it. Also, the branch name is good. Everything is good. I just need to say commit create a branch. I don't need to say what's the branch name. Fix object debug token. Why it has a lot of things? Add the configuration, random, dot define. Disable auto refresh. Update CI workflows. Update local script. Refactor object initialization. There is preposterous because the refactoring was done as part of this actual work. I mean, remove the last point, the rest is good. So I shouldn't, be afraid of sending the additional message just because I'm afraid to run out of token. I will upgrade to the max plan if it's necessary. But the max plan gives you 5 more token, then you will like to use Opus, which is using costing 5 times more, isn't it? Uh, says Cloud Max plan. No, Cloud. This is Cloud Code Max Team Enterprise Explore pricing. Yes, 5x. So the $100 is 5x. So you get what you pay for because 20 multiplied by 5 is 100. With the 200, you get 20x, so that's when you get some better value. But I guess the 100 should be enough. But the thing is, this is 5x, and we can, if we compare the pricing for Sonnet versus Opus. I think it's 5x. So the thing is, if you start to use Sonnet, we don't, I will run out of tokens anyway. Uh, Opus 41, 15. 15 divided by 3 is 5. Yeah, but you don't have to use Sonnet all the times. And as well, this is a good amount of work already before running out of a meaningful amount of work before running out of tokens. So he's reviewing the PR now, I think. Yeah, it's like 35x. What a bummer, man. So you get 5 more, but then you spend 5 more. He's doing the review. Okay. All right. We fix that. We are doing a lot. It's so good that all the pipeline just work. Before it was like a cemetery of failed pipeline execution. So I just need to connect the phone. Maybe every day, disconnect the USB, reconnect the USB, done. Maybe every day, maybe just because I rebooted. Maybe if I don't reboot, I don't even need to do that. Everything just works. It's running this other test. Ooh. So you just said, I think I just said in the review, everything is great. And it doesn't even pass Flutter analyze. I'm sure I said everything is great. Let me check the assessment. I can see it. I didn't post it yet. Yeah. It looks great. Everything is great. Oh, it's so great. It's so great. Let me double check that. Okay, I will use a bit of sarcasm. Forgive me. It's so great that doesn't even pass Flutter analyze. Let me check. It's okay. That's minor. We can forgive that. All the rest was great value. Let's see if it works, but actually we already can see if it works because in here the tests were running. And we can see, we have to wait. All the output comes at the end. If the warning is still there, if it's not there, it's already solved. We can check that already. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will do the push. Just wait a second for that. Okay, done. Let's see. That's the test. Let's see if the warning is there. Yes, it's there, so it didn't work. Hmm. How do I debug that? There is no point to merge this thing if it doesn't work. Let's try locally. So what I'm gonna do is close this, open a new shell so I have the environment variable. Now I go to dev, Flutter, budget pilot, budget pilot app. All right. And in Bean, I have some scripts, and in particular, I can execute a budget T2E. Okay. Which needs the emulator, so we can start the emulator first. Nah, this should start the emulator for me. Ah, ok. Allora, start the emulator. We can go here in VS Code. Pixel 8 mobile emulator. Come on. Yep, launching. Big, big, big. ADB devices. Yes, that's the emulator with the right number. 5554. For some reason, that's the magic number of the first emulator. Crazy. And now we can run. Why not call it emulator 1? Why does it start with 554? 5554. No idea. So now it's interesting. We are running emulator test on the phone and on the emulator at the same time from the same computer. Shouldn't be a problem. The first time I do this. That's incredible because I was always blocked by the test running. I couldn't use the emulator, but now I can. Yeah. Same things. Okay. Mm. Go back to here. Where is Claude? Yeah, you can push, but not gonna help much. Claude, because we restarted it. Okay. Yeah. No, it's difficult. He wants to show the token in the shell. I had to move this outside the screen. Yeah, isn't sad. It's not true. Yeah, thanks for. Okay. So the problem is I can't put the thing into view anymore because the secret is there. Double check that, yeah. Firebase console. It's a bit sad. I thought it would work. Oh, let's see the charts. I like. Yeah, yeah, a little bit of invocation of functions was a problem yesterday. Okay. I already added it. New fixed token too. It's the same. Off the screen as well. My goodness. What the test happened? In the meantime, I cannot move. All test passed. Okay. Value. That value. Will it check? This token won't be shown by mistake again. I mean, it's the same token I just saved before, so I don't know. I have two tokens that are the same. So the next thing I check is that that token is there. So yep. Yep. I checked again for the n variable with echo in the shell, and it's correct. And then I say I inserted the token again in Firebase to be sure. And let's see what happened now. I run the test once more. So now it's building. Oh, hey, Mango. Should I say Mango? Sorry, I was like, maybe you're already gone, but I was a little bit messed up with the various windows, so I couldn't see the chat. I'm moving because I have to use the other screen, which is pretty small, to not show the secrets. And I messed up. But see, now I'm running the test again. The token is definitely oh, it's already failed. Ooh. ADB failures, usual stuff. ADB offline, crashed. Okay, let's uninstall it. Let's do it again. So that's good. The tests are running on the phone, and we use the emulator for our checks. I guess some parallelism. This is running. And that is running. So good. Ah. Oh, I just thought about something. If I have the phone and the emulator, I can also run tests in parallel. But emulator is flaky. I would need another phone. But the action runner executor, can I run 2 times? I never thought about that. I thought I need another virtual machine. I don't. I maybe just need to run another process. I just need a folder. I'm just figuring out I wasted so much time. One should target the emulator maybe and the other, and I don't know. Okay, anyway, going back to the original, I will look into it. Yeah. So there you go. Everything has been done correctly, but it doesn't work. I have to go back here. I restarted the shell already before running by my variable. I checked them again for the variable in the current shell is correct. I inserted again the token again. I inserted the token again in Firebase to be sure, and I still get how to debug this issue. I'll say fix, but let's debug this step by step. The issue is that even though we are passing a token, but we know that it's there. Some debug logging, okay. Exactly what's what I want. Yeah, so now it will be debug the token, so I still have to keep this off the screen. Mm, correct. What is this debug print? Now let's also check there is an issue in how we are setting the debug token. I realize we might need to actually set the debug token, not just activate it with the debug provider. Okay, now I can put it back in view because I don't think there is anything secret shown anymore, but I have to be careful with this. In worst case scenario, I will change it. Debug token, string for environment, upcheck debug token, correct? Where the environment is not the variable, environment variable, but it's like this passed with the define um, define thing, what is called dot define. See the actual debug token. No, set the actual debug token. If it's not empty, setting debug token, getting to verify it works. Right? Yep. So yes, but I'm gonna move this off the screen because now this is really sensitive moment. I think the issue might be different. Let me check the Firebase documentation. For debug token, we need to use a different approach. Let me fix this. Android provider debug with a token. They remove everything. What the fuck is that? Oh, let's hope. We are checking. We are testing. This is the branch that if it doesn't work, we throw it away. But if it does work, it will be a good help. Allora, wait. I think I understand the issue now. It cracks me up when it keeps on changing mind. The debug token needs to be set by an environment variable that the Firebase SDK can read. I'm not sure. Actually, let me research how debug tokens work in Firebase. I think it's confusing a lot of things together. Work in Firebase app check. The issue might be conflating. That we need to set the debug token in a different way. Let me check how to use a different method. Firebase app check debug token Flutter Android how to set fixed token. Okay, it's doing this search. Now I understand the issue. Based on Firebase documentation, Android debug token automatically generated by the device. Oh, okay, so we can't do it. Was that? And can be set by environment variables like web tokens can. The tokens need to be generated by the upper, so we can't do it. When it runs, found in the Android logs, manually registered in Firebase or console. Yeah, it's just getting rid of it. So we tried. We don't need a dirty fine approach. We can't do it. And the CI is removing everything. So no point, no point. We can just get rid of the branch. Undoing everything. Yes, Marshmallow. Okay. So basically, we are left with no changes, isn't it? Yeah, some. Who knows what are these changes? I don't know. No, I'm afraid to. Ah, because it was already committed. Yeah. Well, are you telling me that? Okay, the token now is shown, but fine. I can just delete it in Firebase because this doesn't work anyway. I'll go back here. Firebase is not a cigarette anymore because it's gone. It's gone. Okay. So are you telling me that it's not possible to set a fixed debug token? I cannot be AI saying that. And hence it's not possible to run it test. I'm being a bit over dramatic here because I know I have a workaround, but I just want to put it on the spot. So that means cannot, I move it, he can as cannot do. So still in the done column anyway. It's trying again. No debug tokens. So the secret there, even if it was shown, is not a secret anymore, it's gone. There is a solution. The key insight is using the environment bio approach. Android system environment bio. Whoa. Mhm. Okay. But I just deleted it. Fucking hell, man. Okay, let me see this source. Where is it? Doesn't tell me. putting back a similar things as before. Mm. This is not kind of the wrong name, I realize. So there are two. So this is modifying CI YAML or YML and jobs test. Can I collapse it? Yes. Ooh, that's the wrong CI YAML. Up. Okay, jobs unit test collapse. Budget E2E test. Okay. Just they are already in this container with budget E2E test. Okay. That's why it says only E2E test there. It's fine. Yes. Are we going to finish the tokens? Mm, maybe not so quickly. It seems to do a lot, but every change is very small, so no need for custom logic. Huh. Interesting. We need to reset the secret in GitHub. We need to reset the environment variable here. Yeah, with that debug token shown there is not valid anymore. I will generate a new one, so don't worry about it. Already deleted right now. Can you show me the source web page where you found this information? Now, trust but double check. Uh, What? Maybe it was just a suggestion or implemented. Okay, let's see. We're gonna discover like closed. This is Firebase app distribution is a fucking mess. It generates much more problem than it solves. I like it when I evaluated, I decided not to use it. Oh, such a stupid thing. See what it says. It reads them faster than me. It reads faster than me and they made a mistake, yeah? It was total hallucinating. He made that up. There's no mention of that. Yeah. I think we'll have to give up. Delete the whole branch. Ah, the correct approach. This is the correct approach number 5. Wait a second, with this will this work only for debug run or not? Removing from the scripts. So this is build grade doll line 57. Let's go have a look. Android app build grader. This one, yeah. Then we go to line 57 and below, and there is a test instrumentation argument. There. There's nothing that says that this is only for debugging build. So I think that's a mistake. I don't think that's okay, but let's let him go on for a second. Let's okay. So what I'm gonna say is the change in build Gradle, that one, is on default config. Is this only for debug builds? I even don't think this will work, yeah, but we're gonna have a check, try anyway. Yeah, for build variants. So that was wrong. Only apply to debug builds. That was wrong. Yep. Yeah, you can pipe code, but if you don't understand what's going on, you create so many security issues and so many problems. Okay. So now we need to test this thing once more. But the first thing is to generate a new token. So that was moved. No, no, it will work. Click on generate token. But I have to do it off the screen. This will be new token. Copy, save. All right. So now I put the token here. Now I need to set my environment variable with the token. Yes, okay, go ahead. Environment variable with the token, that means move this off the screen. Push, okay. Move that off the screen. Go edit my ZSHRC. Found the token. Paste the token. Alright. Let me double check. I am. It's not the whole token. Let me recopy it again. Okay. So when he showed the example how to put the token, was it in quotes? Because it's a number. Let me see. No. Okay, I'm using this, which is not the correct debug token for the purpose of checking. Should this export be in quotes as it starts with a number, with a value of it? This is not the correct debug token. This is the old one, which I already deleted. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Want to see if we add the double quotes or single, but I think it will be double. No, 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 no. Mm-hmm. Yeah, double quotes. Okay. Uh, so let me edit that. Double quotes. So the next step is to edit this in GitHub secret as well. Create a new shell. Okay. Now cd Well, I can do GitHub, but if it doesn't work, there is no point. So let's try to run it here first. Dev budget pilot app bin budget e2e. Where's the emulator? There. Okay, emulator is alive. Go. More than one emulator. Was it removed? Yeah, there is a device. But I removed emulator 554. Let's see that. It's there. Oh, there is only one emulator 554. Hmm? I'm confused. Mm. Totally different error now. Testing implementation and blah blah blah, so it doesn't work. More than one device emulator. Ah, because of that. Mm. Nice. Wait, we might need to fix. Okay, I'm ignoring the error before the error. Oh, so that would fix that. Okay, let me undo that change if it doesn't work. Let's give it to Claude. Wait, this is the just to get the correct because I changed the script. It's still the same, but just to be totally sure, this is the current version. That's the RM, so that where it fails is this spool. Mm. We'll have to be careful with that. For now, it's fine. Probably won't work, so. Alright. We still have the other issue. Okay, that's that. What about the second issue? Which is caused by this line. How to specify to use emulator 554. Yeah, that's what I try. Ah, I tried this, but I didn't see this. Good catch. Okay, there you go. Yeah, yeah, so that's why. I also go to fix other files. That's good. That's good. That is very good. Mhm. Can I run more than one GitHub self-hosted action run at the same time on the same computer without using virtualization? Without using virtualization, but just using a different checkout folder? I think that's clear. I think the answer should be yes. Just different configuration. We can do Mac 1 or Mac 2. Yes, you can run multiple on the same computer and the application is running, so they have a different working directory. Yep. Different runner name, same or different runner labels. That's so good. So we can run this in parallel. Yeah, I know. That's a good catch. That's good. That's good. Right. So but now we're gonna see if that token worked. So already put it in there. I don't think it will, but we try anyway. Yeah, we can run the E2E test at the same time and the budget test. Well, syntax correct. Uh-huh. This is like the emulator of flakiness. Okay, let's ask this too. Unrelated issue. Now, what happened is that the app started launching on the emulator, and while the emulator is still available, perhaps some timeout was a bit too tight, and the test runner thought that the emulator was not available anymore, while that was not true. Is there can I can is there anything that can be done to be more patient? I think not really expressed super correctly, but I think it's understandable. I don't know, 10 minutes. But let's see. I don't think that would. I think that's good. That we should have a timeout because it can go for 20 minutes. But I think this is a different, totally different thing. Yeah, put this timeouts in. Yeah, okay. We're going super professional here. This is just a local script, so okay. Well, it's a good change. So now we might have changes that we want to put and change. Okay. That's great, but I don't think this will solve the issue because previously tests could run for a long time without a problem, but in some instances it fails immediately after running the app, just a few seconds, because I think the I think Flutter executor thinks that the device lost connection, while in fact it's just being a bit slow. Okay. This is a good change, but it's not what I need. And I want to keep this change. I don't think we'll solve the issue at all. This sounds like Flutter VM server's connection detection is being too aggressive, not a timeout issue. The connection is being dropped prematurely when the device spin is slow to respond. Correct. Let me try to add some specificity. There we go. Device timeout 120. Was it already there? Disable all service codes. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, we're gonna try. Try, there is no way to try because okay. I think this will not work. What crazy stuff? What is that? I see. No fast start. Where is it? Ah, there. All right, let's try this. Why this ping border? Oh, the test. See what happened. Is it because it's crashed? Yeah. You hallucinate all the way, mate. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna finish the tokens now. For something that didn't work. Okay, that's life. That's okay. Grep device, timeout, service connection. Can look at the whole thing. Yeah. Ah, then I need a test again. Okay. We want to do the same thing in CI if it works. Ooh. Not with the device, physical device, only for emulator. Yeah, non-fast start. It says the non-fast start is particularly important. I can see it doesn't work. Non-fast start, okay. We'll take a break soon. Long break, lunch. I don't think I can fix this issue now. But there is one more thing I can do, which is my previous PR, which has been merged, has been successfully built. So that created, we can do a release. We say scroll to the bottom for new support messages. We're gonna test that on the phone. Mm, I want the test to fail if they run longer than 10 minutes. I'll put this in CI as well. Yeah. Okay, let's try. And also we can try the chat, but let's download the new version. So go to the Play Store, manage app devices, check for updates. Let's see if we got it already. Yes, we did. So let's download it. While it's downloading, let's check the tests. Waiting for emulator to be ready. It's here, it's ready. Okay, that worked. Yep, so far so good. This shouldn't work now because new day. I think I should have a message undelivered because I deleted that. Yeah, correct. Why is duplicated is something to figure out. It's a small glitch though. This is correct because I deleted the user data. Let me delete this. because he's trying to deliver in the second message, and then maybe the do duplication works after that. Right, I got the new version of the app, so now, so that's acceptable. And it's just a little duplication there. Support, I send a message from the app, put that in, and say, hello support, hello support, send. Okay, sending, and it's got, they arrived. Great. So, I would like a little bit more margin there. Mm. Now we reply. That's a small detail. Reply. Okay, how can I help? How to use this app? Do you have any specific questions? Otherwise, don't waste my time. Let's try an emoticon. Would that work? The emoticon don't work. It just come out that this is probably what Slack does. It come out that's this rolling on the floor, laughing, written down. Well, so, but I think I can. What can I? If I do that, yeah, it just say rolling on the floor, laugh. It doesn't matter. The important thing is checking the scroll. So now I type a new message and I say, okay, whatever, from the app. And we are still not at the bottom. Please stop. Yay, just scrolled. It just scrolled. So now I send a new message here to see the scroll from me. Me. I did not scroll. Maybe because you know I received? No. Okay. So when I send the message myself, it's not scrolling correctly. Let me check here. Okay. See you. No, it's not scrolling correctly. I didn't receive it. Oh, yeah, no, I have it now. Okay. I touch it. New. Ah. So it scrolls for the messages I receive, which is pretty good, but it's not scrolling for the messages I send. Hmm, interesting. So yeah, we need another. It works 50% of the time. It's pretty good. Um, so chat. We need a new ticket. Scroll to the bottom. Also, when the user sends a message. Excellent. So we have a new ticket. But you know, that is the fix works for received messages, which is the most important part. So it's an improvement. Now we have this additional ticket that we'll put on the wall. So it's not quite finished, but yeah, the first fix is okay. Didn't know we needed a second fix. So the test finished very quickly. I was distracted, and yeah, the token doesn't work. with the fixed token. I'm going to give up. I think it's reasonable to assume. Yeah, there is that, but we can't. Give up. We cannot. We need a different environment for testing it. Maybe that's the way you should use the emulators. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Now is the problem, yeah, that some of these changes on this PR, I want to keep them. Most of them, I want to throw them away. So what I'm gonna do is commit everything so I can review. Delete the fixed token. The so-called fixed token doesn't work. Delete the secret from GitHub settings. Developers? No, that was for access tokens. Password. Don't remember that there was. It's repository specific. That was repository specific. So I had to go to the project. I think it was repository specific. Yeah, found. Okay. Nice. So we committed everything. Now let's double check. Cool. We're gonna go to pull request, and later I will experiment using two self-hosted executors. Start to undo some of the changes. How to undo these changes? And keep this one. Let's copy these files there. So I want to check out the main version, the main branch version for these files. CI YAML, undo completely. Build Gradle, undo completely. I want to keep this change. This is good change. I want to keep this change. It's 5 seconds, is really too much. Let's change that. Just 2 seconds. We'll change again if that's become an issue. 2 seconds. And here there is no wait. Okay, which is fine. Yeah, so I want to keep this change except for the 5 second, which already changed. Yeah, I want to keep this deletion. I want to keep this comment change. I want to undo completely this change. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I didn't know this syntax. Yeah, git checkout main hyphen hyphen and then the file names. Okay, good to know. I always do the checkout main without. Oh, it doesn't. This is because the path is not correct. Okay, it's doing one per time. I was going to next. Confused. Are we going to finish the messages now? 186, 100%. Not sure that's true. Yep. Sometimes it's more generous, sometimes less. This is just approximate. This is part of my list. Yes. Struggling so much with the past. Seems correct. Seems correct. Don't know why it's not working. Okay. So now commit and push. They should do the add, the commit, the push, everything. Yeah? Okay, great. Great time saver. Okay, let's review. Okay. Yeah, the changes are pretty small and is only in these files. Mm. Okay, now review the PR for much smaller impact and modified scope. I gave up on the app fixed app check token, but I would like to use the same 10 minutes timeout. In CI, can you do that change? Just sometime if something goes wrong, which didn't happen anymore with the phone. Or actually it happened once maybe. It can go on for 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Also ignore timeout. Okay, perfect. And time minutes. 10 minutes. Yes. If this helps with the execution, then we can change. Yes. We can change to use one test to use the phone, the other to use the emulator and run them in parallel. No, we have so many pipelines executing it. We can kill them, yeah, but so instead of having this, also this can run at the same time, and all three can execute in parallel. Let's not push because it will just create a new build for nothing because we are going to do more changes. There you go. That's the CI. So unit test, right, starts without any precondition, and budget to test starts without any precondition. Yeah, I cannot see, but many to test has this precondition. We could remove it, but actually we can remove it because now we will have one test executor. It will wait. So one of the two start randomly, but it's okay. Okay, this don't know what this extra line. And this requires everything. So this is already okay. Now we have to work on a second self-hosted runner. So for that, we got my actions runners. You know what? It's okay. Kill it. The test will fail. Who cares? We run it. Kill this. Come on, die. Die, fucking die. Okay, cancel. MV, actions runner 1. mkdir, actions runner 2. Can we say just actions? Actions 1, mkdir actions 2. Okay. Now we have two runners. Sorry, we have an empty folder. Now we go where to set the self-hosted runners. Status, your project, your organization, sponsor settings. Developer settings? Isn't this site all for everything is for developers? What does it mean, developer settings? For the personal developer, yeah. Are the self-hosted runners specific to the repository? I think probably yes. In not in the simple mode, the free mode of GitHub. Let's try here. That's where I can find settings. There you go, found it. Okay. Shall we do from scratch both of them? So also change the labels and stuff. Yeah. Can delete actions 1 and actions 2. Takes a while. Okay. So create a folder. Mkdir. Okay. Mkdir. We create 2 folders. Nice. So we go to actions 1 and we download the tar. Yeah, it takes a while. It's big, isn't it? So time total, time spent, time left, 46 seconds. Okay. The next step is to validate the hash. Okay. We copy that. Then extract the installer. Folder, no, probably not because I already entered the folder. Nice. So we will have 2 actions runners, but we have to change the test. So one use the emulator and the other the device, so they can go in parallel. This will shave 5 or 6 minutes on the test execution, which is a lot. If it works. Plus the time I lose to change the setup. All right, so now we validate the tar, which validates. So now I copy the same tar in the actions 2, second runner. Okay. Now go back to actions 1 and do the remainders of the steps. Extract the installer. Done. And we do the same for actions 2. Okay. Yep. Looks good. Now configure. So let's go back to actions 1. Right, so I need to copy that there is a token. So configure. It's running. Taking time. Okay, GitHub action, authentication. Still running, still waiting. Connected to the cloud. Runner registration. Okay. The name of the runner group for this runner. Enter for default. Enter. The name of the runner. Cavallo 1. Enter. The runner will have a following label: self-hosted macOS x64. So we need a MacBook label. That's what we are using here. Yep, MacBook. Runner added. Okay, so let's do the same for actions 2. I need to keep this off the screen because of the token thing. No, it's not finished. Enter the name of the work folder. Okay, enter for work. Done. So now we go to actions 2, do the same configuration step. Don't know if it will work with the same token or not. Actually, I kind of hope it doesn't, but it probably will. Connected, running registration. The name of the runner group, enter for default. Press the name of the runner, cavallo-2. this runner will be have this label. Let's add a new label, MacBook. Enter. Enter the name of the work folder, enter for work. Okay. So now, if I reload this, I need to run the runners. Start the run. So actions one. Let's do this. Tip. Go back inside. Okay, that's actions two. Actions one. Run sh. That starts the GitHub self-hosted runner, or should. Hi, thanks for following. Hello,
Sayanji is now following.
Sayanji or Sayanji. Okay, so this works. So let's start the other runner. What happened? Okay, actions 2 run sh, rename actions 2. Let's do in blue. All right, listening for jobs, listening for jobs. So we have two runners. Now the other change is ah, okay. So let's go check. The other change is to make one integration test to run on. How do you remember this CIC? Always take. Yeah, Um, I'm gonna get help from Claude now, but it's like this is the first time because I always had the self-hosted run before because otherwise to run the integration test it would be very expensive to do in GitHub for long executions. But I didn't know I could run two at the same time. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. I have two runners running at the same time. But the only issue is that now I have two tests that both need the device to run on the phone, and they can't run on the same phone at the same time. So just going to see, okay, what is the difference on the CI now? Okay, just that. So I'm going to ask Claude now to say, let me put this inside the screen. Yeah, I changed at CI to run both integration tests at the same time. Dunque, now let's say currently, however, they would need to run on different devices. Currently, there is only one device configured, which is test device ID. Can you add a second device with ID emulator 554? I need to find to copy and paste the name. I'm pretty sure it's this emulator 5554, but just to be totally sure, I'm gonna find where it's written, which is here. Yeah, here 5554. Yep, and use it for one of the two integration tests decides. You get the freedom so that they can run in parallel. Okay, I think that should be clear. So you use ChatGPT 5? Because I was using Claude and I paid for premium subscription, like the Pro one, $20 per month, and it works pretty good. So, or pretty well. How do you say? So I didn't. I'm not changing until it expires at least. But I'm very curious about how it compares with ChatGPT 5. Test device ID. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, defines as environment variables. They are not secrets. They can stay there. Yeah, the thing is struggles a bit is sometimes it tends to put things in line even if they are secrets. So you have to tell, oh no, this is a secret. You can't go to the source code. But apart from that, and then it sometimes it goes in loop when he start to fix something and then he tries something and it doesn't work and then he try again another thing and then finally tries again the first thing. And we never finish the loop. Okay, so this is the first test and now using test device one instead of the device without number. And then the second integration test or E2E test, it should use what's going on. This is still, yeah, this is still changing reference in the first test. That's why it's still one. There's more than one reference. And then it will do the second test and use the second device. There you go. Second device, first occurrence. And I think I'm almost out of token. According to this, I'm over 100%. And the tokens, not much, but until it goes, I keep on pushing. Okay. I need to remove the dependencies. I already remove. I already removed the dependency mate. Now they run in parallel. There is no needs dependency. Yeah, correct. So yeah, it verified that. That's fine. Test device one, main use test device two. Maybe it was better the opposite, but it's okay. Parallel execution, both job run and if I want to swap them, I can just swap the environment variables. Because I think the longer test is the main test, but I can run once to see dependencies. Okay, commit and push. I'm so lazy that instead of commit and push, I ask the agent to do it. Okay, and he adds always too many comments, but now it doesn't matter. Everything will be squashed and push. Should now be significantly faster since Boitui suites run simultaneously. Yeah, let's see if it works before we see if it's faster. I'm not totally sure it will work. Yeah, you go. Whoa! That's amazing because this one is running on GitHub Executor Ubuntu from GitHub because it's free. Unit test is fast, and this is running on my two executors, local executors. One going on the phone connected via USB, and the second one is the emulator, which is here Android emulator. Whether this works, we'll see. But so far, it looks great. And now, if I go here, settings for the project, I should see the two executors. Where is it? Yeah, this is starting there. Environment, GitHub apps, actions. There you go. Runners. There you go. Ooh, okay. We can delete Cavallo, which is the old one. Now we have Cavallo 1 and Cavallo 2. Cavallo is name of my laptop, which means horse in Italian. Remove runner. Okay. Ooh, I can do it from the command line. Yeah, force remove. Okay. Cavallo 2 idle? So this failed? This is not because this failed because of the fucking emulator. That is really flaky, I think. Not because of an error. Yeah, so that doesn't help. This is new. Kind of first time I see this. Okay, so the problem is, I think the phone is really reliable, running, chugging along, running the test, but the emulator sometimes fails. And the thing is, we cannot rerun, can't rerun this until the test finish. Then I can rerun only that one. Yeah, so I don't know if this is better. Okay. Yeah, this takes a few minutes, maybe 2 more minutes. So, what was the next thing? Yeah. I think anyway, now I will have to finish the session because I am out of tokens. 2 hours. I'm gonna quit this, start a new Claude to have a fresh context, and ask to check the thing I was doing before, which I think we can do because it's totally unrelated. So I can stash the changes so they're not gonna overlap. So the change was in the support screen, which use okay. In support screen underscore, yeah. We use a chat list, I think it's called, yeah, which automatically scrolls to the last message when we receive a message with the how you call it Firestore stream. However, and it works, and this works. However, it does not scroll. Okay, this is finished. Okay, so we can now run the failed job. See if the fucking emulator works for once. Okay, let's go on with the prompt. However, it does not work for messages sent by the user. If a message is sent by the user, it does the screen or the list does not scroll to the bottom. And you fix this. I expect run out of token anytime, but yeah, I'm gonna give a try. So did this start? Not yet, still building this. Yeah, this starting. Let's see if that works. No, it fails. Why is it failing? Device offline. It tried to start, then it fails immediately. I might have to revert to this previous setup. Okay, let's see what it does here. The solution is to force a scroll after a user send a message successfully. Modify the support screen to trigger a scroll when a message is sent by the user. Okay, it creates a new global key, which is just a way for Flutter to communicate between the code and the widgets. And let's see what it adds this key to the widget so that we can do something. Scroll, okay, so why did it add the key if it's just Q scroll to bottom? Yeah, after it sends the message, it scrolls to bottom. That seems to work, but why did it add the key? This is not using the key. Ah, there. That's why I added the key. Current state scroll to bottom. Okay. And now we have to modify the component to add that key. There you go. Key. I think that's the wrong place. You don't scroll the support screen, you scroll the list. I think you're screwing up. You are putting this in the wrong place. Maybe it's correct. Let's see what this chat list wrapper is. This scrolling the chat list or the wrapper? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I should have seen the next change before. But if I'm wrong, yeah. You're right. I creating a wrapper when I should be called a method director. Ah, okay. Yep, yep, yeah. It was doing rubbish. I caught you. But I wonder, shouldn't that be this code be in chat list and not in the screen? I think also this is not good because it's trying to connect to chat list using a screen or using a key. When instead it can do some kind of how do you call it, a method or something. Let me see. So if I open oops, if I open chat list, it's changing the way this works, isn't it? Because now, okay, let me ask this. I- Is this the best way to do this using a key? Isn't it better that chat list using a key which from the main screen shouldn't chat list react to its own state change instead and act accordingly. See, approaching 5-hour limits. I think this is not very good code. It might work. You're absolutely right. Using a key and calling method from the parent is not the Flutter way. The chat list should react to its own state changes automatically. Yes. Yes, so my God, you have to be really careful with this. The issue is that the chat list only scrolls greater than previous message count, but when a user sends a message, it's not immediately reflected in the message screen from Firestore. The message only appears later when the stream updates. Eh. A better solution would be to add the user message optimistically. Mm. Yeah, revert the approach, a key-based approach. However, I'm not sure this will work or will create duplicates. By the way, this might have to revert, man. Or restart the emulator. Or should I restart the emulator? Is that stuck? Or uninstall the app? Where is Claude? Claude, where are you? Okay. Is undoing all the changes. Okay. We're back. We're back to the optimistic update. I'm not sure it's the best idea. Mm. Now we implement the proper solution. Let's give it a chance. The chat list should detect when you receive a new message and automatically scroll, but also handle the case where a user just sent a message by scrolling to the bottom when the widget is rebuilt after a new message. I don't understand why it's not. It's just all a timing issue. I don't understand why it's not realizing that the length changed. But now it's changed greater with different, which seems a little more even though we never delete messages, but it seems a little more robust. Okay, we got another idea about a timestamp. That's not a bad idea too. Let me think about this differently. The issues user message aren't immediately reflected in the stream. Let me check if there is a better approach by also checking the most recent message timestamp. Okay, I like that. It's the same as none, but isn't it? Okay. So that goes in the state. So we don't need the count anymore, isn't it? We can get rid of the count, isn't it? We don't need to have both. Okay, this in the meantime, let me restart the emulator. Quit. Yeah, I forgot how painful it is to run on the emulator. The phone just works every fucking single time. I might get another Android device, a cheap one, and just use a second device via USB. I can't use my main phone because you know, it can't go in developer mode, and I can't, override my app. Okay, it's just this is kind of dumb because the messages are in order, so you can just look at the last one. How you say it's kind of dumb because messages are already sorted, so the last one is the most recent. You're absolutely right. The message already sorted by timestamps. The last message is always the most recent. Let me simplify this. Wait a second. Why you change just date time to be a string? That's not even related. That's okay. But what is this ID thing? I changed time to ID. Mm, okay, I don't know about this ID. You can drop the count, man, as well. Okay. Yeah. Can we now remove the count? It seems, how do you say, redundant. You're absolutely right. And maybe I'm not right, but I always say you're absolutely right. Always the same sentence. Okay, get rid of the count. What's happening here? I didn't launch the emulator. It's waiting for the. How do I launch the emulator? From here, Pixel 8. Okay, I got that. So it's not starting, it's waiting for it? I'm confused. Where were we? Yeah. Do you want to edit this? Yeah, we are removing the count thing. Okay. Much cleaner. It just list tracks the message ID, automatically scroll. Let's see if it works. Yep. I don't know because that should be the same as with the numbers. I don't know. Don't know. Should work, but we don't know if it works. This is taking a long time to just boot. That's why maybe it fails then. It's still saying installing. It doesn't go further. Stuck there. So that there is a time there, that means it's finished, right? But then it doesn't run. Okay, so we went into a mess. That means it's better to only use the phone, unfortunately. But I leave it test device 1 and 2 in case in the future I have another device. But then that means I cannot run the next steps of the test until the previous has run. So I need a needs in here where I need this done. Sad, but can't do anything about this not working. So yeah, kill the emulator. I'm gonna go back here. Commit -am sequential E2E test, unfortunately. Will add also the chat list change. Oops. So I'm gonna do git add GitHub workflows CI. Oh yeah, the file there was not. Git push. Oh, I have alias. No, not first I wrote the whole thing and then I deleted and used the alias to save time, which actually used more time. Now this yeah, this we can kill it. So the next thing to do is to switch back to main, which was pulled, but this change not merged, but no time now. A stage change, yeah, okay. It's oh, I'm not in the screen. Git stash, git pull, won't do anything. Just double checking. Git stash pop, so get the stash back. Okay, and now okay, can you create a new branch? Commit, push, create a PR, and review it. And I will end the tokens. Ah, so good. auto scroll, yeah, working on that now. And app chat debug token failed. I couldn't do that, a fixed token. And the other thing was CI improvements, which kind of backfired. Check out fix user message scroll. I just think about something. That because I have only one phone and two executors, now if I have more than one pipeline going, they will try to use the same phone. Now I have only one pipeline going, but as soon as I push and I create a new PI, so it's like, okay, that's great. I have two executors, but I have to kill one. This is running. And this is, okay, I will have to kill one before I push the PR. Ah, there you go. I know this is according to the monitor, which is not always correct. In reality, we still have a little bit to go, but not much. Okay, it's creating a branch. Okay, adding the change, commit. Still going, eh? It says you have exceeded the limit, but that's not true. Tokens ran out at 5 p.m. Also not true. Much earlier. But at least this gives you an insight of how much you used, even though it's not perfect. It's better than nothing. Okay, push. This is not creating the PR yet. Okay, we kill this executor so they don't run at the same time. This is the one that running the job. And now it's creating the pull request. Strange that sometimes it's using GH, sometimes the MCP, be randomly, but it doesn't matter. It seems he doesn't have a preference on what tool to use. He's using DH also for the review now. Okay, so we create a PR. We have two PRs open now. This is really small, but we have to test this in isolation. So what it does is instead of a count, it's tracking the last message ID. I don't see how this is better. Maybe because there is different, this will work with null. I would have used the empty string instead of null, in theory. So we can put this. Let's see what it says. He's reviewing its own code. Mm. Um, is it elegant to use nullable string? Uh, Nullable string. What, what about using string and empty string empty string as default instead of null. Is this a bit nitpicking, but you know, I don't see why we should use nullable when we can avoid. You're absolutely right. Using an empty string as default is cleaner than dealing with nullable types. Yep, for sure. So your review, maybe you should get a different prompt instead of review. Say you are an expert, and of saying, do this thing still work? Okay, limit reached. Fine. So let's do the change ourselves. Chat list component. All right. So now one change was done. Remove the question mark here and do that. Okay. So this can be null. So it's an empty string. Last message ID, current message ID. Okay. Default empty string. Okay. And that's the change done. So now we can commit this change. Hit commit and push. Okay. There you go. Much more elegant. We'll see if it works. Nice. So I think, what was that? No, no, that's just because interrupted the execution. Fine. Yeah, this is working now. They are back in sequentially, but at least it works. Emulator, what a bad experience. Not stable. The phone just works. I'm gonna grab a new, no, a second-hand cheap Android device to have a second executor, I think, but not right now. Okay, so that's great. Finish the credit, and it's a good time for me to have a good break and have lunch and come back later. Thanks. Bye bye. Closing the stream now.